Hello, and welcome back to the Unintentional Juror channel. I go by the name of Heinz. Thank you so much for tuning in for another spicy episode. Another spicy stream at Ketchup Court. We have been covering the Massachusetts versus Canton retrial, and honestly, from what we saw from day 12, this trial has taken a turn into what I personally think is fake news land, and the reason why I say that is because I think the prosecution is playing with fire a little bit by the evidence that they presented yesterday in regards to the taillight. Now, I'm only referring to one piece of evidence that they had. I personally, like I said yesterday, I personally felt like they did close the hole in regards to the Sallyport video. There is a lot of talk. There is a lot of talk that the prosecution is going to rest very, very soon, and this trial is going quicker than expected. And I have some thoughts. There's been development as well in regards to the need. They have requested for prohibition of court testimony of the minors that are going to testify that Karen was inside the house and had tampered with the Ring camera. So there's going to be testimony in regards to that effect. I have no clue whether Karen. I don't think so. I don't think Karen tamper with the Ring camera, but there are also updates in regards to the motion that was filed that we read yesterday on the stream about the Ring. Somebody from Ring is going to come in and testify as to the user information on that day. So there is a lot to look forward to this time around. So hopefully you guys are ready for you guys are ready for the continuation of this cross exam, because what we saw earlier in regards what we saw yesterday in regards to the cross exam of Yuri Bukhenik was something to behold, because he was taken through the ringer in my opinion. They haven't gotten to the key points yet where on direct they really drew blood. I would love to see how Jackson crosses or gets the truth in regards to the transportation of the vehicle and the life situation. Because there is a lot to that that I'm going to talk about later on the stream. But he definitely showed the incompetence of Yuri Bukhenik when he was conducting this investigation. Yuri on direct exam tried so hard to distance himself from Proctor. I don't know why he was doing that, trying to say that everyone had that he wasn't the lead investigator, that everyone had an equal footing on the case, as if we don't know that Proctor was the lead investigator, and we know what happened in the last trial, because Proctor was fired after his testimony and after those text messages came out of how he was treating Karen Reed. People that are anti Karen Reed don't care about those text messages. They don't care about the fact that he was basically saying that they should pin this whole thing on the girl, and that is something that I never thought I would see in my lifetime, where where people are actually condoning the behavior of a lead investigator being obviously biased to a witness. The court is in session now. I just want to say the witnesses that are going to be called should be it should be the accident reconstructionist. I'm looking forward to hearing from them.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Yeah, let me see. They're back in session now. So,
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Bukhenik in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? I'm ready. Okay.
as I was saying, yeah, I'm hearing noise that they might not call an accident reconstructionist, or they have a different expert on unlike last time that they had to propose. So I'm hearing reports of that if it's true that they're not going to call an accident reconstructionist at all, then this case, what are we doing here? Because if you can't even tie the vehicle to hitting John and showing that to the jury, there is really no point of us being here doing this. But yeah, Bukhenik is going to take the stand now. Let's pay attention to what's going to happen here.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other, without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, actually, let me give you the front page of that, but that's one, just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing, and we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer
I'm
is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34th Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Yeah, you walked into that one. You walked into that one.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Please ask about the reports
Very important, yes.
and the lack
And
thereof.
on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it? Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these
Good question.
20 items were found?
Go on. He's not going to answer.
That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Oh.
But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
Damn.
That's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Interesting so far.
Take a look at that.
Even the color
Photograph.
documentation of the report
Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
is not clear as to how they recovered, as to how they record these stellar pieces. This is bad.
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Your Honor?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date, what date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
Is it Proctor?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
Is it Chipper Proctor?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
Oh,
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights out.
Objection to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
They're really avoiding Proctor in this. How do you
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
walk it
It
through?
was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn,
Say the name.
and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
You remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
You remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Come on.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Credibility down the drain. It has to be.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
They're trying so hard to distance themselves from Proctor. And we don't know why. This jury does not watch the first trial,
Tell me
so
if you recognize it.
they're not gonna know why this.
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
Yeah, the jury are new to this case, so they're not gonna know why all of this is happening and why they didn't go through proper. Well,
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so.
Correct, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? The purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these,
The highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff, please?
It's probably hearsay that they're gonna try and argue that they're good that they're going through the document, but the fact that we've already seen from this cross-examination that there was a lack of documentation on the day is devastating, because imagine 10 days after the incident, and based on the fact that based on what he testified to on direct, that they had this statement of I hit him from Karen, so they went on to go look for the evidence. That's what he said on direct. So based on this evidence, and he also said on cross as well. So based on this evidence, you would expect him, when you go onto the scene on February 10th, way after the accident, to go and find this, you would expect at least to have the pictures taken before and before and after, and on the scene. You would have expected all of these things, and the fact that this was done without any of that documentation just shows that this wasn't done properly, that they may not have the right person here. How do you I mean, we are hearing conflicting results. We're hearing conflicting stories as well, because you gotta think, she made those statements on the 29th of January, like all night, and they heard this, and they recovered the vehicle on the 29th. Why did it take so long until the 10th for them to for them to go back to the scene and bag up these items and not even do that properly? There is so much room for tampering to possibly occur. I'm not saying that's what actually occurred. I don't know. But if you were to tell me that that in that period that tampering could happen, that they left the scene unsecured for 10 days and all of a sudden they found taillight pieces there, how do you not save yourself by at least not documenting it properly? At the very least. But they haven't done that, and that's what is coming out here, and I hope the jurors are picking up on that, because not documenting this properly is enough. It should be enough doubt that Karen did not do this. Now, I really hope that Jackson hopefully soon gets into the taillight pieces and how that could be missing and how it wasn't done on that day, because they have to attack that point.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions, you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person who's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location,
What is happening?
the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
Couldn't the person have just
And
initialed it?
information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
You can't
Sir,
even
I'm not
date and sign it.
claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, can I have the actual piece of evidence?
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? Do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Bukhenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
Yep.
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
Why do you? Oh, never mind. Don't know why you need a document.
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the refuse.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
You can't convict someone if they haven't done their job properly. You can't. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, may I approach?
This is why they get
Yes.
paid top money, top dollars. To make sure that everything is airtight. To make sure that they do things with integrity, as you put it. To make sure that they follow all the protocols, but that doesn't seem here. They haven't signed and date the evidence bag. I'm sorry. I mean, I may have only been a civil enforcement
Sorry,
officer,
that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
but I cannot. I may have only been a civil enforcement officer, but I cannot imagine. I've filled out many reports, and I've always been told to sign date and initial it. Hard to believe that when you're working at murder scenes where people lost their life, that the evidence bag, the change of custody, it doesn't have information of who handled that bag. That someone else can sign the bag and they don't even date that, they don't even initial and sign and put their signature. Sorry.
Okay.
But they did it.
Thank you.
Hard
Sir,
to believe.
what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some.
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second?
the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the,
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark them for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just One's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marks and introduce as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to-scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th, so that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number?
The
Item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? That's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we've just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself-
Brennan? I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic, and third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objections?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least?
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe
Into the
and
videos.
Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. Again, I don't want to put a label on it. They were communications between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
I'm guessing.
Well, there was, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your Honor?
Yes.
All I'm waiting for is the videos to be debunked. That's what I'm waiting for, because that is where the case lies, in my opinion. Because if the jury goes home with the impression that she did hit John and she did lose the headlight, The only thing that I'm not clear about is the time of that reversing out the video that was presented on direct. The only thing I'm not clear about is the timing of it. The jury may they may infer that she actually hit him, even though I believe it was a light reflection, and there is, and we're gonna analyze that video when the court goes on a break, which should be soon. It should be soon. They're gonna go on a break, but they need to focus on that because the conspiracy angle that the defense is hanging on, I don't know if they can still tie it together without Commonwealth calling these witnesses. Would they call the witnesses to try and establish it? Because, I mean, they presented the text messages to show that there was a deference made against Karen Reed. Do they have more communications that may show a bit more bias? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think they should stick with the investigation being bad angle, in my opinion, because that is enough to cause reasonable doubt, especially the fact that they left this scene unattended. Like, anything could have happened. I said that earlier. Anything could have happened, and they let that scene unattended for the snow to naturally fall. And to me, that is hogwash. You secure the scene, you scavenge. Like, I'm sure there are ways to recover evidence. I'm not an expert. They're trained in this. There are ways to recover the evidence without harming it, without destroying it or causing. There are ways to do it in different conditions. So why on earth did they need to wait for the snow to dissipate? I can't say that word properly. Why did they need for the snow to melt in order for them to do anything? And this was like several days after the accident. There's a reason why they tried to secure the scene on the day. I mean, even as I live here, like in Luton, I'm in England. I saw there was a fight outside my house where a car flipped over. They flipped over a car, and because the car ran over somebody. So for the whole day, it wasn't snowing or nothing. It was a clear day, but the area was cut off, and it was crime scene. Like, there was crime scene tape around it, and they took as long as they need to gather all the data from it. I understand the challenges that weather presents, but surely you have to cut off the area so that a proper thorough investigation could be done, so that you minimize the errors and the risk of evidence tampering being used against you, because from what I'm seeing so far from this cross, they have successfully done that. In my opinion, if they can disprove that the headlight was not lost, as they were showing in the video, if they can prove that, and they can show that it was a lighting manipulation in which I believe it was, then all of this goes away. Reasonable doubt established, because end of the day, a bad investigation does not warrant someone to go to prison for. That's just it's harsh. Like, this is how wrongful convictions are done. This reminds me so much of the Zachariah Anderson trial. He went through something similar to this. They don't have anything here. They don't have anything outside of Karen's words. That's all they have. And it's a shame that we have to be here and your best piece of evidence are Karen's interview clips. We know watching the trial the first time, I really wanna see what the medical examiner that they have this time around. I wanna see what he says. I wanna he or she, I don't know. I wanna know what the accident reconstruction says, because apparently they have hired new experts. I wanna see how he says so that they can tie it back to Karen, because end of the day, what they have now is she lost her tail light. That's it. She lost her tail light that day, and you can lose your tail light in many ways. You can lose your tail light in many ways, but how do you lose it hitting somebody? I want to hear that. If we go through this trial without hearing that she lost her tail light by hitting somebody, you can't convict Karen just based on that. If they can't prove it, that is. If they stop right here, good luck trying to get that conviction, in my opinion, because end of the day, they wouldn't need to call the ARCA witnesses to come in. Well, they will still need to court. They might come in and still testify that there's no way. Like, we're gonna go through their first testimony during the break. So, and we're gonna go through.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now.
Okay, they're gonna take a break.
What? All right, please. Jury exit. Just hold your notebooks. Just step right. Thank you.
So let's go through Dr. Rentschler's testimony. He is the first ARCA. He was the second ARCA witness that testified in regards to the injuries to John and what was expected when he was doing when he was doing the investigation. So let's take a look. Let's see.
Medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries would you expect to see in a vehicle-pedestrian interaction at, say, 24 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Just generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry.
No, that won't save time, actually, Michael. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay, so I think that was in regards to the presentation of evidence to Yuri Bukhenik, and they're gonna review that and how they're gonna review it. So yeah, let's go back into Dr. Rentschler's testimony from last year. Yeah, he was part of ARCA witnesses for for clarity. The ARCA witnesses were independent body that was hired by the FBI, if I'm not mistaken. Very independent from the case. These witnesses could have been called by both the Commonwealth, but the defense called them. So they were an independent body that heard the details of the case, and they decided to give their opinions on the case. So let's check it out.
24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage. I mean, usually about 15 mile an hour impact is where you start to see damage to. For instance, the leg and the knee. At that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck? whether it's center mass or an extremity, 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, force is equal, Newton's second law of force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same. It depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the testing that we did at 15 miles an hour, we used a head form which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, the right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the taillight, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit because there's no other significant injuries to the body. If there's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impacted, the back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine, over 1,000 pounds of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures, disc injuries, tendon and ligament injuries. So the fact that we only have that head injury and only damage to the occipital portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing. At 15 miles an hour, where we dropped the head form, so that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head, we had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24 or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light, and we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
And this testimony is devastating as well because end of the day, this is what the Commonwealth has built a case around this tail light, and there is no way, as we heard here, there is no way that injury is possible, especially. Like, could you imagine John O'Keefe just standing there saying, maybe you can imagine it, and seeing Karen driving in reverse at full speed. Maybe he's stunned. He's like, Karen, what are you doing? But masterful explanation here. Like, there was no fractures whatsoever. There was nothing like that, and that's what we are expecting to hear later on in this trial. I mean, how it was a hung jury in last trial is still beyond me because it seems like they disregarded the ARCA witnesses for some reason. But that explanation coupled with this, because this is what I saw yesterday. That explanation, bear that in mind, because they're saying that this was the tail light that was lost. So yesterday they played this clip to Yuri Bukhenik, and this was what they said was the tail light missing. Go back a little bit.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on?
Already, this clip is already different to last year. If I can. Last year's clip was not like this. The color range is already off. Let me get up last year's clip. I didn't get it up for this one. before we go into it. I think it's here. I forgot to get this clip of. It might not be hard to might be hard to find now. Looking back on these clips, as I'm trying to find it, I can already see that the Saleport video did not come in this time around in the evidence, which is weird. Okay, I think I see it. Based on the ring videos, is that the same? Oh, I looked. Oh, it's the same. It's the same. It's the same. Oh, that. Yeah, so it's the same. It's the same lighting. It's the same video. It's not
January 29, 2000.
Yes, it is.
But when you reverse out,
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence, in the same location as it's parked.
Garage in the same directionality that it would have.
we can already see the difference. The color grading is different. As you see here, this is from the first trial. So this is the first trial, reversing back out, and this is the second trial.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second.
Yesterday, I was convinced that this was a done deal, but watch. Disappears. It disappears. This is the same. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but this is the same light that they said was missing. It disappears. Let me go back in slower speed.
Stop in a second.
It looks like a reflection from the light, because you gotta remember that there is light here from the house, from the house.
Stop, please.
They're gonna stop.
Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
And it disappears. That look at it. It just disappears. How? The only thing I'll give it is, from what I notice here, if I'm being fair, looking at this tail light, it's a lot fuller, and this one you can see that that there's a black spot here. That's the only thing I'll give it. But look what happens next. The brakes are hit. This should be white, based on the pictures that was provided in the first trial, and now this should be white.
Leaving the driveway, please. Please.
That tail light is not missing. That tail light is not missing to me. This was from last year.
Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed, are we able to recognize the operator's vehicle?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play through the video.
We didn't get the time this time around.
Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defendant's vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press
Same thing. If the tail light was missing, you would have seen a white light here. You would have. Especially when the brakes have been activated. The white light would have been constant, because when you're driving at night and that light being turned on so that you can see the vehicle, it would have been constant. But it disappears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I find it hard to believe that this part here is not a reflection issue. And the reason why I say that is because look on the other side. You don't get that over there. In fact, the highest is the fact that you see a white light bouncing off the back of the car here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press.
Sorry. There it is again. And then it goes off. You see what I mean? Let me slow down a bit more. It disappears when it's out of the light vicinity. Go back again. Let me go. Maybe this was the ring video that they were deliberating on. Maybe this was the portion. Maybe this was the portion that they were deliberating on, and couldn't come to an agreement. At 5, this is at 5 a.m. You see how that light just disappears as you go off into the darkness. Like I said, I'll be fair. The only thing that does raise an eyebrow, and maybe they should have stopped it, they didn't stop it in both trials, is that black area. And could that be a determination of a broken tail light? But again, like I said, the white light would have stayed. If this was a true broken tail light, the white light would have stayed. The brakes are activated, no white light. I find it very hard to believe that this damage was caused by I find it very hard to believe that this damage was caused by Karen's vehicle. Let's go back to Dr. Rentschler's testimony from last year, because we're gonna hear the same again, and hopefully they don't disregard his testimony and they do pay attention, because like I said, what matters is what the jury is seeing this time around. And to be honest, it's the same. It's a similar case that was put last time. I know I said in the previous coverage of this trial that you saw that we didn't see the transportation of the vehicle from the house to Sallyport. I was wrong. It was there. I'll show you. It's here. See?
In this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed.
Still image from this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow truck?
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light
It's a far cry.
coming from that tail light.
It's a far cry to call it that, in my opinion. But this was the one thing that isn't in this trial is this video here and the Sallyport video. That's not in this trial. They didn't even bring it in. So why are they keeping out this piece of evidence if the investigation was done properly? This is why this case really interests me and rubs me the wrong way, because at the end of the day, we're seeing in real time how a police can mess up so badly, can mess up an investigation, and could cause someone to go to prison, could cause a wrongful conviction. But let's hear from Dr. Ressler on how John could have been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained. A reproach.
Yes.
If you were to presume, for purposes of my question, that an arm was struck, by a vehicle, taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour or thereabouts, would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Objection.
Or just what would he expect to see?
What would you expect to see?
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the tendons. I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which is created through rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where you have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin. So that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. I didn't see any of that, basically just superficial abrasions, which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be of the same force, generally the same direction and the same severity, which would be inconsistent, in my opinion, with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency in size of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
Did you do any measurements of the size of the taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered?
Yes.
And what was that width, if you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your, in coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes, I mean, it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, would you expect if there was an injuring event that the size of the injury would be consistent with the thing that produced the injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that. And again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out likely to the edges of where it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint, engineering standpoint, is it reasonable if someone is standing with their arm extended to be hit by a moving vehicle at, say, 25 miles an hour, and the body, the center mass of the body, to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent, in your view, with engineering principles and physics principles that you know, if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's out, we have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint, so the arm can move independently of the rest of the body. So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body, of where your weight's distributed. And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him, they tell them or they teach them to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint. But let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit. What's going to happen to your body? It's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body is going to basically spin. In order to get that body, or the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way. And that's not going to happen if you just hit the arm. It's not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move that far over.
Just like, and the fact that we have to remember John O'Keefe's injuries, there was no fractures anywhere else. And not anywhere else. There was no fractures at all. It was just the injury to the arm and the back of the head. And the Commonwealth had put on triple pole last time, which we're gonna listen to here. They have put on triple pole to basically explain that John O'Keefe's injuries were from the fact that a car had been reversed at 24 miles per hour. No, I selected the wrong one. That's a cross of triple pole. Michael. Yeah, I don't triple pole. So he is a reconstruction expert for the Commonwealth. For the Commonwealth. So I need to But yeah, he testified on let's go here. He testified on direct. Before we go into his testimony, because he testified on direct that Karen had driven at 24 miles per hour to cause John's injuries. Before we go into that, let's play this part.
While he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, but I think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find a piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing?
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said. And trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll ask another question. Shoes are strapped on, by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone? Yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
It was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto a cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
And the most important part about this cell phone is that there's no damage to the cell phone. There's no damage to the cell phone. And that's something that's weird to me. For someone to be falling backwards after being hit at 20 miles per hour and hit the head, I'm surprised that when this same individual hits the ground, that he doesn't hit the part of the ground that will cause an injury. Not an injury. That will cause a damage to the cell phone. They haven't testified that the cell phone was damaged. From the first trial to now, they haven't brought in this cell phone to show the damage to the cell phone. To me, that would have been enough to be like, okay, something had happened to this guy. Maybe we can overlook. I don't know. Some people are built differently. I can't overlook the absence of injuries and fractures that would be caused by a car but by a motor vehicle. But at least a damage to the cell phone, we don't have that at all. And on top of that, the cell phone was being used and in operation from the time that it was recovered. It wasn't even being recovered properly, and that's what came out in Jessica Hyde's cross examination. The investigation into this case has produced results like this, that even the trooper that's putting this together cannot determine, or cannot, like, you have to put together a wacky theory basically.
Based on your training and experience with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point in there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees, and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, that you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained?
Yes.
What, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, I mean, we can break down each injury, due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this, in this particular case, with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with,
I just remembered when he said the dent, we have no, like, they haven't presented data, photos of the SUV having a dent. By the way, they are stuck on this side swipe. That is really important. I mean, there would be, I don't know, I don't know. It's like, for you to die from a side swipe, and only a tiny bit of, I don't know, it's far-fetched to me.
With reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expound upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he got more struck through the side of the vehicle along the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to this more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular through pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why?
And this is why this pisses me off so much, because he was found near the flagpole. There was no curb. But his explanation, he's inserted curb in there to make it fit this story. This is how bad the Commonwealth were trying to make this case work for them, when all data and evidence is pointing to something else happening. They don't this is why the defense don't have the burden of proof. I'm glad that's the case, because end of the day, they if you point out the inconsistencies of this case, and you point out the fact that there is no way that he could have been found on a flagpole, lying on a flagpole, and he has those injuries to the back of the head. There's no way that could have been caused by a car accident. Otherwise, you would have found him. Otherwise, you would have found him at the curb, as he just said. But he wasn't found at the curb. His resting place was at the flagpole.
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they would have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
He doesn't even believe what he's saying. I can tell he doesn't even believe what he's saying. He's been told to say that.
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with a forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
the car
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and body rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle, as you do in like a lot of traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you mentioned it a couple times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So if a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area, or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper Paul, back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police.
So we don't need that part. We don't need that part. Now let's go back to let's go to his cross-examination, because that's where the truth came out in regards to the testing that was done and just how flimsy his explanation has been.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say. You can look at evidence and shows that it may have been.
Before we do that, I want to hear Dr. Rentschler's continuous testimony in regards to John O'Keefe's injuries, because at the end of the day, we have to follow the science and the evidence and not someone's word, because at the end of the day, you can say anything to the police. If it doesn't back up what was said, why would you follow him? Why would you believe it? I always say, if I say I stabbed someone, I stabbed someone, and the person came back with no stab wounds, why would you arrest me and throw me in prison? Just because I said it? You need evidence.
On any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
There was also
that I believe or issued the report that it became correct.
Were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
There was also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of the piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, when you were talking about the injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
So it is something that's capable of being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis? You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
And you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it. No, because yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there, and then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a bat could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
And this is the issue with the whole failed investigation here. Because if they have done their jobs properly, I mean, I know many have come to the defense of the police to say that maybe they couldn't have conducted interviews and they didn't ask around. Maybe the truth is, maybe if they did all of this, they would have figured out how all this occurred. Maybe if they secured the scene and made sure that the investigation was airtight, we would have had enough information to actually conclude that Karen Reed actually did this. Let me go to the next part.
Involved versus a number of different cars are wrapping a pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle. There are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a sideswipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a sideswipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. The sideswipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
And that's why I have a problem in regards to the tail light missing. That's why I have a problem, because end of the day, we don't know that we don't know if it was manipulated with. Do we have to prove that it was manipulated with? No, because that's not the defense job. They don't have to prove that there was a conspiracy. They don't have to prove anything. But if you leave the scene unattended, and if you take custody of the vehicle, and you don't have records of the chain of custody and what's happening with this vehicle, and the fact that they even leave out the Sally Port video, that's just bad form. I don't know why they would do that on the second trial, but this is my point. They didn't do a good enough job to make sure that everything that's worked out in this case is pristine. Maybe from now, we might have some reforms going forward and some structural changes, because what's come out on Cross in regards to Yuri Bukhenik, it has been devastating. And the fact that they are all trying to protect Proctor, it proves exactly what the defense is trying to say, that these guys are out to protect each other. And the fact that the body was found on the lawn of Brian Albert, who was a cop, is bringing out it's bring out a lot of suspicion as to why he wasn't investigated. They're back in session now. They're back in session.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
It's in the 114.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. That's what you're.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
The EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel at 7.
Doesn't want I wonder what's in the document that I don't know. So far, so good. I think this is a good cross so far. Sure, not Proctor. What am I saying? Jackson has walked us through exactly. He has walked us through how incompetent the investigation was, how insecure that crime scene was. And now it seems like he's going to bring in some more incriminating information in regards to, I'm not sure, I think in regards to the Texas of Michael Proctor. I think so. I'm not sure. But that Sallyport video being left out of this trial, it's incredibly weird to me. I'm trying to find lawyers' tweets in regards to this case. Let me try and find some. Better law is probably like the smartest one here. And his tweet says, given his tweet just now said, given the burden of proof, the defense just needs to be plausible that the tail light was planted. The cross of Yuri about the bizarre and frankly hard to believe manner in which the tail light was recovered by himself, Berkowitz, and Proctor over the course of 3 weeks as the snow melted after not being recovered by Gallagher and the CERT team was very effective. Add Arca testimony which will fully support the defense theory about the tail light, and the prosecution is going to have a difficult time with proving BRD. BRD, I'm not sure what you mean by BRD. Proving BRD that the tail light could not have been planted. The CPD and MSP blew this issue by failing to photograph the SUV when they first encountered it. Yep. I said that earlier. Like it's just procedures. When you're walking up to collect any type of evidence in an official capacity, you always do before and after pictures. Like I said, I used to be a civil enforcement officer. Before we take before we issue a ticket, we have to take down the details of the car, but not just that. We have to take photos of the vehicle so that we know, so that we can prove that we did no damage to the vehicle once we administer the ticket. If we don't do the before after pictures and we just take a picture of the ticket on the vehicle, we now leave room for the driver to hit the vehicle and say we damaged it, that the damage caused is by us, and we can't prove otherwise, because at the end of the day we're not supposed to be there to hand this ticket out, but we are there because there was an infraction that we saw, but we don't have enough powers to just do what we want. Otherwise people will be inconvenienced, so we have to take pictures before and after. And that's just to for inspectors, like that's just for people that hand out parking tickets. Imagine a murder scene or a crime scene. It should be a higher standard. But at the end of the day, we don't have it. We don't have pictures of they're relying on ring videos. to show the vehicle being lifted, when really and truly what they should have done is they should have at least have someone recording. And I've seen this happen as well when in my area where I'm living, where I see cars get lifted up or maybe repossessed, maybe being taken for repairs. But I've seen people literally record with their phone as the vehicle is being towed onto the truck. I don't know why they do it, but for some reason I would believe so that they can prove that they didn't damage this vehicle on the way, or just cover themselves, so that they can cover themselves from any argument that might come from anybody in regards to anything that may have happened to the vehicle. I don't know. But the fact that we see an absence of that in this case, and you expect me to convict somebody based on the fact that you did not even secure a crime scene, you did not follow proper procedures and orders, and you're trying to tell me, Yuri is trying to tell us that they did. And on top of that, they have left out, and I know the jury doesn't know this because the jury didn't watch the first trial, but they have left out the Sally Port video that was proven to be manipulated in the last trial. Insane. Anyway, let me go back to reading the tweet. It says, when they didn't secure the scene immediately, and when they didn't finish the search when O'Hara offered it. Yeah. And then great post. Let me there is, let me try and find some more tweets from the court of public opinion in regards to this case. Let's see. Ray Cecile says every piece of evidence needs to have a chain of custody. If Bukaki gathered evidence, Bukaki, that was from, was it Julie Abbott? I said that in the last trial. But yeah, if that's Bukhenik, gathered evidence and he didn't know whom he gave it to back up, that means there's no chain of custody. So how is this evidence allowed to be admitted? That's a good point. That's what really killed his credibility for me. Because how do you not? I mean, we now have, you're going off memory. No one knows how to sign and date things. I said this. You don't have your signature on it. So that yes, I passed it to this person signed it and dated it. There is something, but to me that to me just felt like he was lying on the oath to protect somebody, to protect Proctor, because end of the day there is the reason why I say he was lying on the oath to protect Proctor is because we know that he didn't handle that evidence back that Proctor did. And I'm basing this on what Jackson said, because there's no way Yuri tried to say that it wasn't Proctor's handwriting, but from the first trial, I think it was established that it was Proctor that was handling all of this evidence, and it was his stuff. But Yuri is trying to take down to say it was him this time around. I have never seen this type of blatant disingenuous. I don't know what word to use. I don't know what adjective to use to describe it. But Bukhenik is, when he says that he handled it, you would have signed it. It would have been you that filled out that paperwork to say, yeah, I did this. If it's not, like, it would have been you that signed it, but it was Proctor that signed it. So you handled it and you passed it over. How do you account for you handling this evidence and someone else signing for you? That already, you know, in of itself, this testimony is damning. It doesn't seem like they have a defined way of doing things at that police department that anyone can handle it, but someone else signs off. That doesn't seem proper. Not to me. It's always like I mean, again, I'm gonna go back to my civil enforcement background, because usually we decide which cars to if sometimes we pair up during night visits, right? We pair up during night visits, but you would because it can get dangerous, etc. But you would never see me as an inspector go to ticket a car, and then my partner is the one that is doing all the paperwork. It doesn't work like that. They would be handling all of that. It will be their name on that ticket. It will be everything handled by them, and then I get an escort and or whatever, however it's done. It wouldn't be me taking the pictures and doing all those things whilst he's the one that has his name on the ticket. That's just not how it works. It's all done by one person. So I'm sorry, like, he's trying to, and again, like I said, this is crime. This is like the police. The standard is much higher, and he's trying to convince me that, that they don't have to do these things. To me, it just sounds like they're covering for each other a lot here.
Right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
I'm sorry, the bias higher for
Thank
police officers, and people have to understand that you can't just send someone to prison.
Thank you.
It's better to let it work.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a ha-ha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by, same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I think they're gonna call Brian Higgins for the defense Bev is. I don't know why. I don't know why you would. You've seen these messages already, Bev. Why would you call sidebar on this? You've seen the messages already. They must have done the sidebar. This must have been why they done it the long sidebar. So why is it a problem that he's reading out the messages that involve Kerry, who is a witness in this case, and Brian Higgins isn't? I hope the defense call Brian Higgins. I hope so, because they're gonna go through just like last time what they saw. Just like last time in regards to him getting rid of his SIM card from the phone, destroying the phone, destroying all records so you can't retrieve messages from this phone. We know that he was at the police office or whatever at 2:00, all around the time of the Google search that was made. Brian Higgins was apparently having a night shift at the police office. What was he doing there? I can't remember what came out in regards to that specific time that he was at the police. But him being a fellow police officer is like, and it just suggests that there was something to hide. And not to mention, he had communications with Brian Halbert at this time as well, that he calls a bot dial, the bot dial gate. Julie Albert bot dialed, Brian Higgins bot dialed, Brian Albert bot dialed, and Brian Higgins bot dialed back. Knowing the first trial has tainted me. I can't have a fair and objective opinion. I can only criticize what I'm seeing unfold right in front of me.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, Counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
Bubbles appear to be Mr. Text response.
Okay.
It's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just go. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. It sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down, haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with, or W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I am inviting you, haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within?
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles?
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. by coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So know what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always don. Dude. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
I'm lost. Why is this impactful?
What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
I want Jackson to go through methodically how these messages impacted the investigation that was done.
Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. Ah, I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's party? Excuse me, tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh God. What now? Why oh God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, he-self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone, ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass, no prob. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same. And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said, bite me, like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should it drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Place so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one, what app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, midday show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
We're right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Court, all rise.
No way, we are done. That's
I'd like to see council just a second about scheduling, please.
in my opinion, that's a bad place to stop, because I would have loved Jackson to illustrate the relevance of these text messages and the connection of Brian Higgins, who Brian Higgins is, with with Yuri to at least know to at least know what to look out for, because I'm not gonna admit that, I'm gonna admit the Texans do not see they sound cringy, but without knowing why it's offered or what they mean, it's kind of like it's I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I like this route. I don't really like this route if I'm being honest with you. Unless they're planning to call Brian Higgins to come in and testify, but I don't know why they're going here. Maybe if they're trying to say that Brian Higgins had enough cause to go and beat up John or or something like that. I mean, I don't know why I don't like this. I don't know why. I mean, the Texans are. I mean, they are funny. It shows that these two had some kind of a level of intimacy. It shows that they were having intimate conversations even with John, and someone could get their hopes up when they're having this. They could believe that they have a shot, but I don't know. Maybe I'm probably on my own on this one. I found that if I was a juror not knowing this case, because last time they they didn't present this much messages when they were going through Brian Higgins' cross. So if I'm a juror and I don't know who Brian Higgins is, I'll be lost. I mean, my attention went because I thought we were gonna talk about the investigation from the police, and then we just gone here. You see, to me it seemed like I need to ask about the strategy here. I need to know where they're going. With these text messages, I can't seem to foresee or think of a way that I would use these text messages if I was a lawyer. I can't. I'm not saying he's doing a bad job. I'm saying that if I was defending Karen Reed, would I go down this path?
Why don't you come in?
I'm not a lawyer. I have an avid interest in law. Like, I want to become a lawyer. I want to become an attorney in the future. But I'm trying to get my trial brain working. I'm trying to I'm trying to get that, I don't know how to call it. Don't know what to call it. Lawyer brain. Lawyer brain. Let's call it that. I'm trying to get that going, and someone here, of course you can say anything. You're putting on a defense, and on top of that, you don't have to prove this defense. But if you're if you are trying to show a cohesive story, like a clear definitive timeline as to why your client is innocent, I need that foundation. I don't know. It just wasn't laid here. Maybe I missed it. I don't know, but I didn't quite get the. It just moved from the from the investigation to Brian Higgins. Now, are they trying to protect Brian Higgins because he does know Brian Harbert? They all do have this close relationship, but I would have thought that they would have just hammered home how bad the investigation was, and maybe they get into Proctor next. But they need to, like I said earlier, they need to hammer in and go in to show the inconsistency of the videos, because that's something that I haven't seen yet. The tail light being analyzed in front of jury. Maybe it's something not advisable, but I'll be showing the jury that there's something not right with that video. Maybe it's coming up later, but I don't know, the way that this one is ended is kind of left me underwhelmed a little bit. I'm seeing from the core public opinion, the tweets about it, is that the jurors from those that are inside the courtroom, is that the jurors are finding this amusing. Maybe it was to get their interest back up again. Again, trial lawyers, they, when you have the training, they would know how to play this game better, So yeah, so but I'm lost. Like a lot of people from what I also see from the court of public opinion, which is Twitter, a lot of them say that this is going well, and I don't know. To me, there is a disconnect. Like there is a disconnect here that I cannot see, as if I was a juror without prior knowledge, like of this case, etc. I'm struggling to see the relationships here and the and I'm trying to figure out the strategy going forward. Maybe he will get asked questions in regards to this that would give a lot more of an idea as to what's going on here that I'm watching. But yeah, just to recap what we went through earlier. So what we've gone through today, on day 13, is that earlier, not Trooper Alan Jackson had shown the incompetency of the police in recovering the tail light. He had shown earlier that there was a 10-day gap. Well, not a 10-day gap. Let me use the proper times. That the tail light was collected on the 10th of February 2022. When the accident happened on the 29th, it's supposedly happened on 29th, but the tail light pieces was collected on the 10th of February 2022. Trooper Bukhenik testified that they were collected at this time simply because of the fact that they were waiting for the snow to melt. To me, they aren't serious with this. How do you leave a crime scene that open? That when you're when you leave a crime scene that open is left for manipulation. We have to remember that it came out across that Trooper Berkowitz was the one that saw the tail light as he was driving. He saw the tail light pieces, and he was the one that called it in, and they went to recover it. To me, that just sounds convenient. It just sounds very, very, very convenient. And why? And it begs the question: why was it on the 29th, the 30th, the 31st? No one bothered to at least, they had already recovered the vehicle. They went to get the vehicle. So why would you go to get the vehicle after being told that I hit him? You went to get a vehicle. You know that the tail light pieces was missing. Why would you not go back to the scene around this time and secure that scene? Failures in doing this right. Secure the scene from. Ask the ring camera. Ask the ring cameras from 34 Fairview, if any, and from 32 Fairview. It came out earlier in this investigation from Paul Gallagher that the other ring camera that didn't even bother to get it. And this shows why they should have probably got that. A lot of this has gone by, and they had already had Karen Reed's vehicle in their possession, and they're saying that she had already lost the tail light pieces. I find that very hard to believe. And the pictures that was shown of the tail light pieces, the piece that was lost, I mean, anyway, they said that the cocktail glass. Yuri Bukhenik said that the cocktail glass that John was holding was smashed through the vehicle hitting him. That was the opinion offered by Yuri Bukhenik, but do they have a medical examiner that's gonna opine to the use of this cocktail glass? If so, who? Because we know that Scotty Bello is on the defense. Is definitely on the defense witnesses to call. So I would love to hear what she has to say in tandem with what their new medical examiner has to say in regards to this case, because that's where it makes or break. That's the autopsy of John O'Keefe. As like I always said, if I go into a police station and say I want to confess, I stabbed this guy. Even if I want to confess, I stabbed this guy. If they can't, I can't fathom in what world they will bring a case against me if they don't have the autopsy. Maybe in a world where, let's say, for example, a body was not recovered, and then I went in and say that, yeah, I can see that world happening, that I'll be arrested and thrown in prison, or and there'll be a case, and let's just say that's the case. That might happen in those circumstances, but in a circumstance where you have the body and you can examine the body and your professionals are there, if I go in and say I want to confess, I stabbed him, but on the body there's no stab wounds, there is only a knock to the head or something like that, do I still get arrested? I don't think so. So all of these things, just based on what Karen said, the investigation falling apart, like, it's really a bad investigation and collection of evidence. The chain of custody is so poor that they don't even document who has who touched who done the evidence bags. You kind of even says that he doesn't know who done it because no one signed it. Things like that. There's no way you can put on that kind of show and expect someone like myself, who is like a jury member, to take that investigation seriously and say, yeah, Karen did it, because there's so much room for the defense to come in and say, well, how can you prove that it wasn't planted there by someone else? How, like, you say that these toilet pieces belong to XYZ. Again, where's, like, I will always ask, where's the salad pot video from the first trial? They haven't even brought that in. And me watching this in real time, and again seeing how Trooper Bukhenik is sticking up for his department, protecting Proctor, protecting almost every officer doing his investigation, saying that they all done it pristine. To me, this is bad. It's really bad, and it scares me. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there and go take my break. Cole will be back very, very soon. So do stick around if you're watching back on replay. I appreciate you. Make sure you hit that like button. We have and also don't forget to subscribe. We have plenty of content coming up. Coming out on the channel. We are doing we have a lot planned for. We have updates. Sorry, in regards to the Laura Owens case. I've been covering this case since I heard about it. On my second channel, it was covered on my second channel, but that channel is now defunct. Everything's on my first channel now. I will be posting video. So I'll be posting videos of that channel here. so that we can go through what was that, so that we can get a refresher. But the point I was trying to make is tomorrow I have a stream with a couple of guests to come and discuss the Laura Owens update. She has finally got an indictment to go with all the perjury and fraud that she's been committing upon many men. And also on Sunday I have updates in regards to the Diddy trial. So yeah, a lot of things happening on the channel. Make sure you that you tune in for catch up courts. But before I go on anymore, like let's just leave it here because I need to take my break. Court is on a break right now. So yeah, I will see you guys very soon. Don't go anywhere now. I forgot to call. I'll call tomorrow. Hell Hitler.
Okay, Leslie.
We rework the mix on the demo, change the band name, and then we send the demo out. We're completely ready.
Andy, let's go.
Honey, I'm just debriefing with the band. It's just gonna be just 1 second.
Let's go. Hey, hi.
Whoa, Leslie, no! I'm so glad you made it. You have to meet my band.
Okay, hi, man. Oh, I'm so sorry that I missed your songs. Is there any way that you guys could do like an encore or something?
An encore. I like it. Guys, let's get their stuff out of the box.
Forget
Let's
it.
go.
No, we're going home. No, Ann, don't leave. I just got here.
Damn, you're really rude to leave when she just got here. I mean, she brought her dad.
No.
You kind of rude to not do at least one more song.
Andy.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Sorry, Leslie, we're gonna go. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay.
This weekend, guys.
Dead or asleep? Dead or asleep? George. George.
Oh. Look at me. Not like a life. I think I should head home now.
Okay.
Wow.
It's nice to meet you.
It's fun. I had a nice time. Don't think I'll go out with her again. There was just no spark.
How did Leslie meet her boyfriend?
She used to read books at the senior center.
Wow. How old is he?
He's 6, but he has Benjamin Button disease.
Hey, who wants to see me climb a tree?
Deputy Director Nope. Where do you think you're going?
Home. It's been a really crappy night.
Have a beer with me?
I can't believe my mom tried to set me up with an 80-year-old man. I went to dinner tonight with somebody's grandpa.
You know what? Maybe I was too young for you. You should be dating guys in their early 100s. I'm telling you, you should be dating men that Al Roker announces their birthdays.
Hey, congratulations are in order. I heard that you got that speed bump thing through.
Don't make fun of me.
I'm not.
Oh yeah, I made a bump into a smaller bump. It's a great day for America.
What are you talking about? That thing was a pain in the butt. You fixed a problem. That's what we're supposed to do.
You know, honestly, when I went to college and I studied city planning,
Yes.
I thought I was going to get a chance to build these, perfect cities with public transportation and downtown pedestrian areas with beautiful landscaping, and all I had to really do is regulate the size of garage additions.
You can do it all, Brendanowitz. The people of Pawnee don't know how lucky they are to have you. Mark and I are really connecting tonight. Like we connected when we made love 5 years ago. There are a million similarities between that night and this night. We were drinking. We were at a bar. If you could put anything in the park, what would you put in there?
Okay,
Don't overthink it.
keep it simple. Nice shady trees, lots of grass, benches.
Picnic table?
Sure. Water feature, like huge rocks to be climbing on, play area for the kids.
God, that sounds wonderful. I would live in that park.
But then you'd be homeless.
Hey, we're closing up.
No.
Where are we going? All the bars are closed.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, let me ask, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages, as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins, as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, you know, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. He does got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow suddenly know that is synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
No, come on, don't.
I read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part, in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes.
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
Yes.
He told her that he thought she was hot. Is his words, from the jump, correct?
From the jump, yep.
What did that, how do you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Name is gold.
Sustained. To ask it differently.
Yeah.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
I'm surprised
When you
he's
first
downplaying
saw
all
these
this.
text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
Not just that he didn't investigate
He
Ms.
used
Gold.
the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, but reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, right?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted.
It doesn't
I think
matter
it's
if you
a
use
little
it.
after my time in
That's not a
communicating
question. That's not a question.
with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading,
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something.
Ms. Gold, this what they're doing, what Jackson is doing right now is masterful, because at least he's showing how much Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are being protected right now.
Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark? No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 29th, January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question I've asked. Based on the text that's in front of you, Sergeant Bukhenik, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Bukhenik, when Brian Higgins sends, well, Ms. Reed responds.
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on text message, no.
Oh, no, on text message. So what, she called him?
That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
don't know why this guy is fighting most of these things. Like, we know that they were flirting. They had an intense relationship. You can tell that there was some kind of relationship brewing. You can feel it. But yet, we have here, he is saying that he doesn't see that there was any kind of, the jurors must be thinking, why is this guy taking me for a mug? Why on earth? Like, why should we believe this guy? Why should we believe that he doesn't have any vested interest in getting Karen Reed down? This is your fellow officer. You're seeing text messages that clearly showed you're saying that. Oh my God.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
Yes.
This guy's killing me. This guy's
Mr.
killing
Brennan
me.
has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "you coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. So she just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. Correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Come on.
Okay.
I don't know what is he asking that's wrong, but this is interesting because if there was communications with Yuri Bukhenik and Brian Higgins at 2 a.m, that would influence that would influence what the events that happen later on, because remember they seized Karen's vehicle early in the morning, around, well, not early, noonday. It took around 4 hours to get the vehicle onto the truck and leave. And then after that, from the 10th, they recovered tail light pieces from the 10th of February. So with all that time, this leaves enough to at least put together at least a plan to plant it there. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm not saying that. I'm saying with how bad the investigation was, it leaves this door open for there to be an argument that the crime scene has been tainted. And with the communications between Brian Higgins and Yuri Bukhenik now seeming to come in, this is gonna get heated up. I want to see this. I don't think they're gonna keep it out. Hopefully they don't keep it out. Maybe it's just objecting to form or whatever, or maybe I can't imagine hearsay. Because it's Brian Higgins' whole own text messages, and they're not offered for the truth of the matter. So I can't imagine that being the case. It's showing what happened that day, between Brian and Yuri. So hopefully, but yeah, shout out to Ms. Gold for joining. Even she, okay, Jessica, that's Jessica Machado said that juries are not even taking notes about the messages. She's a trooper in the courtroom. That's good to know, because in all fairness, like, the text messages, they're not really, I don't think that they are, I said it earlier, I don't think that they are that important to what they're trying to prove. I mean, for what they're trying to say, because what they're showing is, what he is trying to show is that there is a possible collusion here to keep everything, to pin on Karen. Now, I've heard angles online as well where it's being said that the new angle now is that Brian was the one that killed John O'Keefe, which I don't know. I don't think that's the angle, but it's enough of a motive for someone to get angry, but I don't think it's enough to say someone killed somebody. I don't think the text messages show anything other than this woman had scorned me. I'm not going to be objective with this investigation. That's what that's what I think shows, and I think Jackson has to lay that foundation, because maybe that's what he's trying to do now. But I really believe that whatever happened, the picture I'm getting based on what I also know from the first trial, that Karen had pissed somebody off, and they are trying to put this on her. And the person that it seems that she pissed off is Brian Higgins. And Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, we know that they were talking at 2 o'clock as well with the butt dial, etc. So, and they know each other as well. So, yeah, when I look at it, that's the idea that I get. It's just they don't have to prove anything as well. So the defense don't have to prove anything. So none of this, in all fairness, none of this really, that the text messages, in my opinion, doesn't really matter. But it does speak to there being a motive for bias in their investigation, especially with how bad it was. It seems like, and the way that Yuri is answering the questions today, it seems like they all want to cover for each other. What bum slap? The bum slap. I can't remember what Albert called it. They play fighting. I can't. He said it that there is importance to investigate all angles, and obviously was not. Yeah.
Sergeant Bukhenik,
They haven't done a proper investigation.
did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. Would, in your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
Why not?
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Judge.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Well, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Come over to sidebar, please.
So they're not calling Brian. It seems like they're not going to call Brian Higgins in from the defense side either. It seems like they're not going to call him in from the prosecution. As well. So Brian Higgins is not going to be called. As it seems, and they're trying to get everything through Yuri Bukhenik. This is so different. You have to question why they have changed so much from the first trial. You have to question that. Hold on, let me put it on. So, oh boy, there are only two people more affectionate at the bar than Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, where Brian Harbour and Brian Higgins literally grabbing asses and kissing. I'll be honest. I try to avoid Turtle Boy, Miss Gold. Thanks for sending over. I try to avoid Turtle Boy for some reason. But that's funny. So Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were the ones grabbing houses and kissing each other. Interesting. Hank Smart using what he has. Yeah, I mean, calling those people, calling all the members of the house, it would feed the flame for a conspiracy. It would add on to. It would provide the defense basis to call around all of that, and especially with what came out in the last trial. Especially what came out in the last trial, yeah, it seems like a smart move not to call all the witnesses that they called and keep it streamlined. But again, that begs the question: why would you bring this trial the second time around if you're gonna change so much in regards? They didn't even introduce the Sallyport video. Because that video was shown to have had some manipulation in the first trial. So why would you change so much this time around if this woman is the woman that ran over John O'Keefe? All I want to do is see Jackson go and examine those the videos that was brought in, because I think the jury might buy it that those tail lights were really missing, despite us going through earlier that they were, that it was a light reflection, despite us going through that earlier. We love Turbo.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't hate him. I don't hate him.
Did you become aware
I just don't take
of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
if
John's
you
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct?
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verified. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Right?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to your face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
A big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye, and there wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You know that's not helping your defense of him getting
noted
it back.
that
All right.
he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, when you say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind.
Ms. Gold, have you heard Kanye's new song?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle. Anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived, so there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank, so behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Why?
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know as Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
saw that.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. And pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Wait, what's happening? Is that some? It looks like some bum fun.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them, or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
Go on.
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay, let's
to
play
identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It's golf shirt.
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. The person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead
positive.
and play it.
I can't remember this being in the first trial.
Stop.
He didn't do this in the first trial.
Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And this
on the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
So he's trying to show that Brian Higgins should have been the third party culprit. They were never gonna arrest a cop. Pin on the go.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right, which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay, go ahead and play it. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you.
Yuri is
I want to
taking
shift
one
gears
for
if
the
I could
Yuri is really taking one for the
to
team.
another video. Did you review certain ring videos specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, this has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Oh, he's finally gonna do it. Okay, they're gonna go through the video. They're gonna show you that it's a light bounce.
Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Oh,
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
it moved.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
I do remember him saying this last time. I do.
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They have to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Was Yuri about to laugh?
I'll allow the question. Are you aware of that?
Was Yuri about to laugh?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Oh, I think they should abandon this dog theory. I don't know. I don't think. I mean, I know that they're setting up the experts that's gonna come in. I'm not sure if did they call him this time around. I mean, let me see the witness list. I think they called him this time. I think they're calling him this time around. I can't see him now. They're not even calling the expert in. So why are they? Well, the witness list is not showing that they're calling in the person that worked at that's an expert. Oh, they are. Okay, Gary Ring, founder and owner of DIY K9 and American Standard Training Unit. So they are gonna call in Gary Wing. So I guess they're setting that up. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want it to be a thing where the jury is having to think that these guys have to prove their case, because I heard that that was said one time in a commentary with I forgot who made the comment, but sometimes when you are putting on a defense, sometimes you can try and prove it with so much facts that it could confuse the jury to think that you have the burden of proof to make sure that that makes sense, that's proof enough for your client to get off. I just want them to show holes in what they have done, in what they conducted. They don't have to go through all of this to try and show that there was a fight, that there was a dog bite, all those things. Like, because end of the day, we heard from the last trial, this is gonna come in again. We heard from the last trial that there was no dog DNA, that was pig DNA. For I already know, like, so for me, I didn't count that. What in my opinion, they should just I just want to see how Alan Jackson shows that if they had done a proper investigation that day, I still can't get over that. He said that there was no cause to get a warrant, and I even saw a police officer on a former police officer that morning on a morning news say that there was no cause for them to get a warrant to search that to get a warrant to search the house, and there was no need to investigate the house when there was a cop lying dead on a lawn. Surely there should have been interviews, maybe not a search warrant, because probable cause has to be established, but surely interviews. They didn't even do that. They need to highlight this a bit more. But let me see. Have you seen the tail light reconstructed? When they put the tail light back together, the only pieces missing is the tiny hole that was caused when she hits John Carr. What I saw was, if I remember well, I saw like a lot of I keep seeing it on Twitter. Let me try and get it up. I keep seeing this image going around. Let me go back. So suppose I keep seeing this image going around that she was missing all of this. I don't buy that, because what was shown in court was the fact that she was missing. Let me try and go back to Yuri Bukhenik's. No. If I can go back, because all they were trying to show was that she was missing just a tiny bit of the tail light, and that was it. This was all they were trying to show. Hold up, let me try and. That she was just missing this part of the tail light, a little part, but the other pictures that I've seen is that she's missing all of this part. So in short, I don't know about the because it was a tiny hole. That's what I do remember seeing, but apparently a lot of the tail light was missing, and that's where the theory comes from, in how the theory and how Proctor may have tampered with the tail light when he had it at the solid port, that a tiny bit that was damaged was the one the tiny bit that was damaged was further damaged by Triple Proctor, I should say. I agree but all bases has to be covered. I'm still on the bad investigation. To me, that's enough to say, why are we here? You guys didn't do your jobs. Why do you have my client here? How do you expect, because end of the day, how do you expect the jury to convict convict Karen when you didn't even try to gather the evidence properly? You didn't even try to make sure that the chain of custody with this evidence is tight. They didn't even I have never seen such sloppy work. I've never like I said earlier, I used to be a civil enforcement officer, the ticket man, and we were always told, before you issue the ticket and put it on the car, you take before pictures. You take pictures showing the scene, and then you put it on the car, and then you take pictures afterwards. That way they can't say anything. They can't say that you damaged their car, that you did this, because at the end of the day, the pictures will prove XYZ. That's just for a ticketing job. A ticketing, you just put together, I'm being a nuisance. That's just for that. So why on earth am I seeing police officers? Why should I excuse that? That should not be happening. So end of the day, this case shouldn't be in trial. In my opinion, they don't have enough, and they can't tie it to Karen. All that matters is, did that car hit John? Can they tie it to her?
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor?
In my opinion,
Thank
they
you.
can't.
Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Yeah.
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer...
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Is it possible you learned it in trial?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
Why would you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay.
Was it a suspect?
What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I'm stopping there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they did?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last
I did
name.
not
Yes.
hear this in the last trial. Where are they going with this? Where are they going with this?
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Damn.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
Ever heard?
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
This course is not gonna finish until tomorrow. I'm sorry, next week.
Reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's taking quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation, it might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
Damn.
You became aware early on in your
How were you the
investigation
supervisor?
of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022, which is just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
Please tell me you wrote a note. You wrote a report. How do you believe
You certainly knew that there were
that came from the
eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, right?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically?
The defense. Listen. If the defense are the ones calling up these guys, this is going to be long. I just hope that the jury knows the connections and why did the police officers are acting like this with one another. And AJ is adapting well.
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Now, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
Mayor Proctor?
Yes.
May have spoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection. The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach the...
Yes, can I see that, please?
What's my guess on what, Ms. Gold? What's my guess on what? But yes, wait, I'm lost. Who's him? Who's him? What's my guess on what? But yeah, well, let me just let me just say that the adaptation by Jackson in this case, because he knows that they were gonna put everything through Trooper. The minute that the prosecution started putting Trooper Proctor's texts through Yuri Bukhenik, they were like, oh, you want to play that game? Fine. They're putting everyone's communications through through Bukhenik, including Proctor's. So we might see his text messages come in through him, like some of it anyway. But in all fairness, if the defense has to call Trooper Proctor into this, it's it's going to be epic. Honestly, it will look so bad to the jury that the lead investigator is not even being called by the prosecution, and they set it up yesterday as well. They set it up by Yuri saying that the lead investigator cannot come in because cannot testify because he's been fired or something like that. You can't testify if you've been fired or something like that. Yeah, I mean, so far so good. How are you enjoying the stream? Let me know. Make sure you also hit that like button as well if you haven't hit it already. Let me know how you're feeling if you're watching it back on replay. Thanks everyone for that
May I, Your Honor?
in
Yes.
right now.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antonio, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from...
This is the longest cross that's gonna be. This is like, you know who this cross reminds me of? It reminds me of Amber Heard. How long that cross examination took, because the direct examination was not as long as the cross examination. This is gonna take a few days. Because it seems like they're gonna do everything through Yuri Bukhenik. They're gonna exhaust it since the prosecution wants to put their whole conspiracy on him. But Yuri, it came out. What was it? It came out that he lost some holiday vacation days or something like that, 5 days, for his role in this investigation and not investigate. But yet, he still says that the investigation was done with the most utmost integrity. Yet he loses holiday time or vacation time, as you guys call it there over in the States. Like, I'm tired. I'm tired of this, because this shouldn't be in trial. But again, I'll give it benefit of the doubt. They did say that they have a new medical examiner. I want to see what that has to unfold. So the next few days is going to be interesting. The alcohol witnesses are supposed to, I think they were supposed to come in and testify from the 12th to the 16th. So if you're telling me that this is the last witness for the Commonwealth, I'll be pissed. Like, I'll be pissed if you really believe that Karen Reed is guilty and Yuri Bukhenik is the last witness. That is a slap in the face, because there's no way you can win this without a medical examiner and without an accident reconstructionist. They have to have those guys in. Maybe they're gonna bring them in on the 12th, which is Monday, next Monday. Maybe. So far, it's been fun. Let me see. the way that they're trying to distance Miss Gold, the way that they're trying to distance against Proctor getting fired, they're trying so hard to distance around that. They have danced around Proctor from in the direct exam, and Yuri has tried so hard to make it seem like he didn't have a role to play in this. He has tried so hard, and yet Proctor was the one that has had most of the sense in this.
It's more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for many purposes. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a nice weekend. See you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we need you back.
All right, please, just hold it over to the jury exit.
Goodbye.
That's it for the day then. I'll leave it up because they said that they might be talking in cyber, so I'll leave it up for a bit. But what a day! What a day! What a day! I never thought I would see a grown man tell me that my eyes are wrong, and what we read, what we all witnessed with those text messages were not flirtatious in nature. That apparently it was just two people discussing.
Monday, we'll start with the
Okay.
jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank you,
Monday.
Ron.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm looking forward to what can I expect? I want to see how. Hold on. I want to see how Brennan redirects all of this, and gets all this done. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Miss Gold. Yeah, see you on Monday. See you on Monday. Hopefully we might get the truth out of Yuri Bukhenik for once, and he might answer straight questions, and not have to swirl around. But yeah, have a good evening. But yeah, I just all that has happened today. The text going through the reports made by Proctor, and it was being denied right before our eyes that it wasn't Proctor that made it, even though it was in his handwriting. We saw that in the last trial, and I love how Jackson set it up. It was Proctor's handwriting on this, and it shows how flawed the system that they had in that they had working was, because end of the day, if you're handling all of the evidence, you're supposed to make sure that it's safe and secure, so that you can, it's safe and secure, and one person handle it. Why do you have more than one person handling the evidence? Why is it that Yuri Bukhenik is handling your evidence and it's not him that's signing it off? Why would that happen? Why should that even happen? This is the chain of custody being broken like that is how tampering is how a piece of evidence can get contaminated. It's how you don't know who to hold accountable for something. And to me, what has come out in cross examination say it should bring shame. It should bring real anger to the people who purports to want justice for John O'Keefe, because end of the day, it's because of a poor work environment is why we may never know what really happened to him that day. All they have is like they couldn't even secure the scene. They had to wait for the snowfall to melt so that they can gather the rest of the evidence. When the leaf blower was being used, no one saw the taillight pieces there at that time, but from the 10th is when when they saw it, and this is supposed to be believable. This is supposed to be a pristine work. Oh gosh. Yeah. Ms. Gold says he's a supervisor. That has to be enough to cause reason with that. Yeah, absolutely. Like absolutely. Like how is it that you are in charge, and yet your work and the way it's done is so is done ever so sloppily, and on it could only show one thing, that it tells me that he is lying about who was in charge, because the lead investigator from day one, we know it was Proctor. He said, we all said, they were all in agreement in the last trial, but for some reason this trial Proctor was not in charge. We all had charge. Nah. I can't believe it. I could not believe what came out in cross today. Like the cocktail glass, how what he mentioned about the cocktail glass was very interesting, because he says that the cocktail glass being broken and being found on the scene is proof that he was run over by a car, and that's why they went after Karen Reed, not the medical examiner. You would think that the medical examiner is why they would go after Karen Reed, but it was the cocktail glass. And you would hear like the medical examiner from the last trial did not opine. I cannot remember what she opined about the cocktail glass. I don't think she offered an opinion in regards to how the cocktail glass could be broken, and none of it could be found on John O'Keefe. I don't know how the cocktail glass could be broken. Like, it's not up to the defense to explain that. It's up to the prosecution, and they can't do it. I don't believe so. The only way to explain it is that cocktail glass just dropped on the floor and broke. And the manner it broke, could it be planted? I don't know. Could the cocktail glass have been broken by someone on the scene, and then just left there? I don't know. But this is why you conduct your investigations and you leave pristine records, so that people know exactly what happened. There is a good story there to follow. This is why when this crime scene is as bad as it was, this is why it's so easy for the defense to poke holes. And let's say that Karen Reed really did do it. Let's say that she really did do it. The way that this investigation was conducted, there's a high likelihood that she might get away with it. Let's say that she did it. I don't believe she did it, but let's say. Again, how do you tie the vehicle, all of that, to her? Miss Goals, yeah, and the drinking. I don't know who did it. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know who sealed it. Must have been someone trustworthy. Exactly. And I'm glad that AJ said in the cross examination that he passed it to a total stranger, because end of the day, How do you know that who you don't even have a chain of custody that you can refer to and memorialize? You say that you can't remember, but you're so certain that all the 4 men that you said that you can't remember passing to are the ones you passed to. How? It just it was a complete ish show. It's like the guys broke in a fight. How do we know? We don't know. We don't know. The defense theories can only be bolstered because end of the day there's an absence of evidence for why they're bringing all of these artifacts in, why they're bringing pieces of evidence, materials is the right word, why they're bringing all these materials in. What is the explanation for these materials? There is nothing that can you connect it to John O'Keefe, and how does the connection impact John O'Keefe? Can you do it? I don't think so. I think AJ has done well today to maneuver it. I just hope that the jury are following along, because end of the day they have to remember, and I hope that they do remember this, that he doesn't have to prove jack. The defense don't have to prove jack, and that's in the back of my mind. And I love the legal system for that, because end of the day, I'm glad the burden of proof is not on the defense. No, because end of the day, could you imagine if it's up to you to prove your innocence? Could you imagine trying to prove that the Alberts did that there was a cover up? I don't want to live in that world. But for some reason, everyone that is anti-Karen Reed, etc., which is what I hate so much. I hate this. I hate so much is the fact that they're not seeing in real time why the police, why the prosecutors must be held to a standard that is so high that cases like this shouldn't be brought in so easily. They took it to the grand jury, and that was easily brought in. It was that easy to bring this case to court, and this case is so flimsy. In the last trial, what we seen in the last trial, they couldn't even. Let me see. Okay, sorry. I thought the court was back in session. Anyway, in the last trial, we couldn't even see. We couldn't even get a definitive answer in regards to whether this was an accident or an homicide. We know that there was a lack of injuries or fractures to John, and we know how ridiculous it sounds for it to be a sideswipe. And you lose all of that. We went through that all today, and I hope to God that that Karen is acquitted. I'm calling it today. I hope that she's acquitted, because at the end of the day, no one has to go through this twice as well. No one has to go through this. There is nothing proving or tying or tying this to her, but yet we have a case. Hopefully, it's not another Zachariah Anderson. I'm not sure if you guys know of that case, but it's very similar in tone. It's very similar in tone. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Make sure, I hope that you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you so much, Miss Go, for tuning in, and every one of you that have tuned in. Yeah, let me before we're gonna read this. What was there broken glass inside? They never looked. How do we know? What has been proven? Absolutely. What has been proven? What has been proven? Absolutely not. Let's be real. We know it was snow in the first trial. That was the proof last trial. Yeah. Oh my gosh! But I'm angry. I'm really angry at what I saw today. I saw that in the the last trial, like, it pissed me off as well, the last trial, but not as much as this one, because this trial showed a boldness that I never thought I would see from a surgeon. A boldness that, like, why are you taking up for your colleagues who you know had bad behavior and were sanctioned for that bad behavior? That's what pissed me off today. The way that this guy is just playing coy just because they're all cops. End of the day, as we went through earlier, I still think that the video. Let me go back to it before I call it quits. Let me go back to the video that was shown. Let me go back to it. This was shown yesterday. Apparently, yeah.
Ask you to stop in a second.
Look at that. The white light leaves.
Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still?
Do you see how different that is? I've noticed it. It's cutting alongside here. It wasn't like that before. It was all through here. You see that? But now it's like that, and you don't see it. This is just reflections. You expect me to believe that this is from being struck, that this happened because he was being struck by a car.
Leaving the driveway, please.
It leaves. It disappears. You can't see it no more. And what smacks it is, all these lights are full. This should be white. This should be white. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? This case should not happen. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, Ms. Gold. Yeah, I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Enjoy the stream. I'll see you on Monday for the next Karen Reed trial. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. We have a massive stream lined up. We are going to be talking about Laura Owens, who is finally indicted for all of her false allegations against different men, where she was faking pregnancies, etc. We have the live stream for you tomorrow. Don't miss that. On Sunday, we have updates in the Diddy trial with citizen journalists. Do not miss that. So much happening this weekend. So make sure that you tune in. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Take care of yourselves, and yeah, peace. Have a great evening. The show is over, but that does not mean that the fun has to end. And I know how cliche that sounds, but really and truly, the fun really does not have to end. You know how good our streams are and how fun they can be. So we have decided to put them all into a podcast and a playlist format for you to binge on if you so wish. We also do recaps and clips of the best bits, the worst bits, all of those bits, lady bits, every bit, whatever it might be. We do that as well, and we upload onto the channel so in case you guys just you don't wanna watch the full thing, you have the option of watching just the short versions. It's up to you. You have the choice. You have the power, like E-Man. So without further
You can also check out the main Heinz website where we continue the discussions over there, but in a more broader context to try and get into the psychology of why all these things happen. The end screen should be up here so that you guys can see the content you guys can watch. The playlist will be on your left hand side or right hand side, I don't know which one, and the video that and a recap clip should pop up here. So without further, I'll just say bye, and I'll see you on the next stream, and most importantly, the Unintentional Juror podcast. See you there.